is everybody? I believe I'm multi-post. Let me start that again. I'm posting on Facebook and YouTube in a very silly voice. So firstly, can I have some confirmation that I can be seen? There's no point in me talking to myself. Well, no more than normal, I suppose. But I'd like to know that I'm at least posting. Because having gone live my page going live this afternoon, I've gone from 0 subscribers. No, I'm here. That's cool. Thank you, Graham. What are you watching it on? Sorry. No, it's saying Facebook. That's cool. Look, I've just realised this laptop I've been given is touchscreen. Oh my god. How stupid am I? Yeah, it's coming up here saying that. Cool. Right, so we can start. I say start. Right, have I remembered to bring the body shell out? I brought the important thing, which is the Haribo. I've had a packet all day. So I will be investing. Graham, you need to send me a picture of your iCharger when you finished it. I think that's going to be super cool. And I need an idiot-proof guide on how to do my own. As in, like, take it apart. I mean, the painting I can ruin myself, but I want to know roughly what's involved in taking it to pieces. And is there anything you've got to glue back on? Or is it a case of just it all fixes back together? Stupid questions, I know. So I don't know how badly I'm going to get in trouble with YouTube for music. Probably no worse than Facebook, well, I'd hope. Right, tonight's project. Let me get that off the screen. What's that? Yeah, that's the bang bang bit that I'm not that keen on. You're the smart one out of the two of us, so I'd rather you work it out. Because I'm just likely to either ruin it or blow it up. I suppose it's having the free time now, isn't it, to sort of do these things. This is shell number 32 of Lockdown, and it's one for me. I practiced some things on the shell I did last night, and it's been bugging me all day because I want to do it on one of mine, because I thought it was a new flicky technique I'm doing. So how do I get that off the screen? So it says I've got Ian watching on YouTube. Am I coming through nice and clear on YouTube, Ian? I don't know, I suppose if you can type the same messages. I really should do a bit more homework on this, but how do I get that over there? Right, anyway, I shall work around that. Because it's the picture I'm not actually that bothered with, because that's the picture I can see that, because it's me. It's the screen that I want to see as the messages. Aha, figured it out. Cool. It was the button that said hide. Right, so I have cleaned, I have doodled, and I'm going to do my bad taste paint job. That's one of mine. So I've used a cleaning sponge and scratched the shell all up. It does mean also that, thinking about it, it's sort of sidetracked. Now that I can post on YouTube, I'm going to get a better webcam when funds allow, because I'm sure the camera on this, the microphone's not very good, and also it's a lower resolution. It's only 720p, so I'm going to try and save up and buy a better camera. It's not massively important, but I would like to eventually. But who hasn't got things to spend money on? It was pretty cool last night. I had people watching from all over the place. So I did wonder, I mean, the YouTube's picked up 15 likes or follows or whatever the term is, subscribers. But I think they're ones that have been on Facebook anyway, so I don't think it's anyone new. Would like to see where this goes. I'll get my head out of the shot. You don't really want to see my bald spot. I said spot, not spots. So only one. Although it is quite a large spot. Does the sound any better? I mean, it says... Sorry, I'm completely new to this. Is that Vinny's channel? Is that because I turned everything down, or I've done something super different, or what? I know generally when I post on Facebook, it sounds terrible. Yeah, it's still making that whistling noise. I can hear it. It's almost like the speaker has to wake up or do something daft. Also, on the Facebooky thingy, it tells me it's got six people watching. Whereas this new live feed I've got, which you can't see, is doesn't tell me actual numbers. So I'm going a bit blind as to. This is a way of. No. I'm sure. Yeah, I just think I pressed the wrong button and just cancelled everyone off that was listening. So, my bad. Tony, your shells arrived. I don't know if that was super secret or not. I'd like to think I'm going to get better at this. It didn't break, I pressed the wrong button. Are you hearing me loud and clear now, Tony? Is that all right? I'm assuming it's working. I would say technical issues, but it's obviously me pressing something I shouldn't have done. Hi, Freddie. Where are you from, my friend? I'd like to think now that because I'm linking this to Facebook and to YouTube, you might get me some more followers. It's costing quite a lot of money actually to link the two. Actually, I can see my bald spot on camera again now. Woo! Actually, that's way too brutal. Sorry. Right, I won't touch anything else on that. I promise now. I'm going to leave that alone. So hopefully everyone comes back, because there was like 8 or 9 people watching. That's a lie. It was probably 6. Right, so shell's all cleaned. That's mad. California. Just north of San Francisco, California. Some of the American towns, like the smaller ones, no offence, they've got some really wicked names. I'm not even going to California. Thank you, Tony, because I can't see how many people are watching now unless I log on to my phone, and I don't want to upset the feed. Evening, Nathan. So what time is it in California? Because I'm not going to try and say that again. I can't even pronounce that. Sebastopol. I'm probably really insulting everyone there by not saying that properly. But anyway, there's some very cool names in the smaller bits of America I've never heard of. And then saying that, I'm from a town called Gravesend, which is on the River Thames, which is 15 miles from central London. Yeah, Tony, I can't even say it when I'm sober. I'm trying to do it on YouTube as well. But it's 5 to 9 in the evening here, and I promise you I haven't had any alcohol, so I just can't pronounce it properly. Yeah, anyway, I'm from a town called Gravesend, so there you are. There's another odd name. No, Gravesend's really good. It's just on the end where the graves are. Apparently, they used to flow when the plague, which is probably quite apt at the moment for a term, was in central London. They used to throw the coffins onto the river, and then they used to wash down to here. That, or there might be something real, but that's what I like to think is quite of a cool one. Right, so we have a bald spot and a zoo racing baby. So it's a 0.7. Camera's looking quite sharp actually on the screen. I don't know if that's just me thinking it looks brighter or better. Right, so first job is liquid mask. So here's my gun. Up to about, I don't know because my regulator's broken. I do need to buy one. Now, this is a 1 mil tip, and I've set this so it doesn't really spray out too much too quickly, because I found I was using about 4 times as much mask as I needed to. So it's just easier if and also I was absolutely bog washing everywhere with liquid mask in the room, and it was pretty horrible. Although the stuff's amazing, it doesn't taste very nice. Also wear some sort of, I've got my glasses on. I know they're my reading glasses, but you'll be surprised how much liquid mask is on the glasses afterwards. And I was suffering with really bad sore eyes the next morning. So it's just a case of building this up slowly. And trying to get to all the nook and crannies. Problem with it is you don't get into all the nooks and crannies with it. Tony, I do have an extractor, but it's too bloody loud. So I just kind of deal with what I've got. And then in the winter, it's a waste of time, because I'm trying to heat the space and then you vent it straight out again. Actually, I'm going to admit defeat and think the tip's full. Tony, you're going to do a running commentary of every new person that joins for me. It's really useful. Can you be there all evening? I was only online for 3.5 hours last night, and 4.5 the night before that. I think I'm online too much. Should know whenever. Actually, probably everyone. Right, so I kind of leave this full of liquid mask because I use it nearly every day, or every other day. Every so often it does get a little bit cloggy. Is that a nice term? There we go. There was some sealed up. Oh, this is a good first post for YouTube. A cloggy tip. Maybe if I don't talk so much, I might get more people. Tony. Hello, is it Lindus? Lindus. I should just try and insult everyone with trying to get their names right. I'm terrible at guessing names or pronunciations of names. Honestly, don't worry. I won't talk as much once I put my mask on. I promise. If you can find me on YouTube, could you please? This is where the begging starts. Could you add me on YouTube if you're anywhere near it? If you can just search for Basil Airbrush, just to try and make the worthwhile the investment of, because I didn't want to give up my Facebook. I like posting on Facebook, so I found this third-party thingy things, and then all of a sudden my Facebook and my YouTube are both on the same feed. No, I always leave my mask in the gun so it doesn't dry out, although it blatantly does because it's sealed. There's only a couple of clogs, like clever clogs. Yeah, so I should be starting with the old, can you please subscribe stuff soon, once I figure out what I'm actually doing, because I don't really know, and I'll be quite honest. Yeah, that's it. Beg for, if you don't subscribe, I'll send Tony round. Thank you very much. I mean, I'm not making out that I'm sort of begging people to, but please, no. It'd be interesting to see. I had no followers at 3 o'clock, and I think I've now got 15. I think it was on Facebook. Oh, YouTube. This is another whole forum for me to get confused and bemused on. Right, so I bet it's going to be something simple, like I hadn't got any. No, I did have. So if you look after these work really, really well. If you don't, they're a major pain in the... Yeah, you know. I will try not to swear too much. There we go, that was it. It was just a little clog, so to speak. Now watch me put 3 times the amount of liquid mask on than I actually need. I don't watch TV as such. I've been watching YouTube way too much and just get... Do you know, I'm quite embarrassed to say this, but I'll say it because I'm only talking to a couple of you. I was watching something... No, there was one Facebook and someone mentioned a deceased IndyCar driver. And that took me down a very dark wormhole for maybe 10 minutes of looking at accidents on YouTube, and I really shouldn't have done it. I was watching old Formula 1 crashes, and you know the driver don't get out. You're like, I don't know why I was watching that. But you're right, people have run out of stuff to watch. I don't even know what Babe Station is, or that other hub thing, or that fake taxi thing. I don't know what any of those are. I mean, I've had this laptop now for what? A month? and I've just figured out it's touchscreen. We don't touch the screen, do you? Not really. Right, so I think I'm out of mask now. No, I'm not, so there must still be a clog. Maybe I should be like a bit more professional and clean my guns out before. I've not even touched my guns from last night either, my brushes, so they're next to probably fail. Oh, mate. With these modern shells, it's very, very important that you get, especially if you're using a gun, to get into these door pillars and bumper rear wing uprights, because the liquid mask. It's just a little bit too high. I'm going to be really scientific now and take the pin out. You know, we go. If you're serious about mask painting, you need a reamer, which really doesn't show up on the camera. So it looks completely like an airbrush needle, but it's got a half flat head. I had you down as an LMP boy. I didn't realise you did touring car shells, Tony. LMP and F1 shells. So that the pin has got a big collar on it, and then you've got a dirty great big spring, and then this bit compresses onto the spring, which then pushes it into the. And it also acts as a trigger stopper, so you can't. Right, so that's that bit done. Just go through the same process as normal. Right, and then you just drop that into there, which I can feel is absolutely full. So I found the problem. Oh my god, that was really. I don't know how that was actually going through. Which now means I'm now pushing it all down into the bit I've just cleaned. So in theory, I now need to clean the bit back. I'm looking really professional here, aren't I? Semi-professional. But the thing is, I'd rather be one of these ones that you watch and you learn something from, rather than these ones that post something that's not really obtainable. I can do a Ponzi shell and post up and lie and say it took me 3 hours. But I'd rather show you that it took me 3 hours, even if it is Ponzi. If anyone's got any questions, please ask. I've probably asked way more stupid questions than anyone can think of that are paint related. And the reason I'm doing this is because when I started asking questions, no one was really that keen to answer. So I thought, well, when I learn, I'll actually, when I've got something useful to add, I'll help other people. Like how to clog an air gun. I reckon because I've just done that, I should redo this again. So bear with me. I'm not trying to make myself look haphazard. It's just the natural thing I do. But don't worry, I'll keep quiet as soon as I put my mask on. Tony, no, it's a 1mm tip, so it allows the mask through easier, allegedly. Right, so let's give this a proper. It now also means I've got liquid mask all over my desk, which is useful. Although there's everything on my desk anyway. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take, I might as well just taking it to start with, do it properly. So I'm going to do a half-assed job and take it apart. I reckon there's a bit. Ah, there you go. Look, right, you ready? 1, 2, 3. It's like something out of Alien. Look at that. It's lucky I'm so strong. Watch this. Look. Now that has gone solid since last night. Oh my God, that's like toothpaste that's gone solid. Jeezy Louise. That's me trying not to swear. Colin, do I appear more professional on YouTube? Do I have like a lot more hair as well? Or can I not get away with that anymore because it's pretty obvious that I'm lying about my hairline? I cannot believe how much that's gone off in just 24 hours because I used this last night to show people the process from start to finish. Because I had somebody a while ago question how long it takes you to paint a shell. And they didn't believe me when I said, oh, probably 5 or 6 hours. They thought I was lying. Because they sort of wondered why I wanted so much money. I was like, pardon? Right, that's a mate. Look, I can actually see into that now. Yeah, I did see, Colin, that you were the first person to like the YouTube page. Did you get a little like trumpet and stuff? Because I paid extra for that. Yeah, nothing goes hard in this shed. Paint does. Something. Oh my God, that's like. I feel like Dr. Pimple Popper now. You know, like when she like starts picking it, like, oh, it's coming out, and you know, just yank it, and she's not. She's playing with it. Wow! Look at that. Ew! It just needs. That's like super gross. So that's gone off in less than 24 hours. Oh, that's mental. So there's a lesson for you. Where'd you get the tips? Where'd you get the good advice from? It can't be me. I basically tell you what I've done wrong and tell you not to try that. And then when I run out of useful things to say, I just put my mask on, which I bet you're all pleading for already. I will make this a regular thing if, well, it already is, but if it is useful, please like and subscribe. And share, I suppose. I haven't figured out how to share the Facebook, the YouTube page yet. I'm sitting there looking at it blankly and it's looking back at me even more blankly. You know when you should just really sit down and read the instructions, but it's like, no, I'm just going to stare at it until it works. Right, well I should have done that a long time ago. That's mad. That is all gone off since last night. Well, I almost looked professional last night for maybe a minute or two. Yeah, I've not got to those ones yet. All I do is I leave the last night's gloves over the top with a little bit of reducer in there, and then use it the next night because I'm super lazy. Well, that's worrying. That's not actually going back in. Well, as first videos goes, this is anticlimactic. So I shall put this under the heater for a second while I make use of the time to clean my brush out. 13 people, and I'm looking even more unprofessional than normal. And now it's all now dribbling out the bottom of the gun. So there's obviously the leak's gone, but now I can't get the bloody thing through the matron. I didn't want that liquid mask anyway because I reckon it was gone funny. It obviously gone funny. There we go. That's fitted in there now. And I got it on my shoes. That's useful. Right. So in theory, that should work. Spit on it. Whatever do you mean? That's genuinely funny. Did you see the YouTube video or thing of a lady trying to get a fuel, an American lady trying to get a fuel pump into a car, and she couldn't get the pump in, so she took the pump out, spat on it, and then really pushed it home. And the boyfriend standing next to her in absolute like bemusement and shock. She got it in though. Right, so that's on. That's good. Floor's covered in mask, and so's my trainer. That's good though, but you know, like at school when you used to get like PVA glue on stuff on your hands, and then you'd wait till it dried, and then you picked it all off, like, oh my god, my hand's falling apart. Well, you can do that with liquid mask as well. And also, being water-based, it kind of melts off in the washing machine. Right, liquid mask. I am not sponsored I buy all my own stuff. I opened this on the 16th of April. I like this stuff. I use it. And so I recommend stuff I think's good. Well, that's enough in there now, so that shouldn't go off, should it? Must have got the sunlight or something. There's another one just sitting up here, which is full of white paint. But that's been like that for probably 3 months. So I reckon that's pretty much solid. So really I should give that a once over. Yeah, look at that. Sorted. See, and that's why I let it run at like, I know, like, yeah, like 3/4 power, because like puts too much liquid mask over it. Tony, you tagging people again? I happened to make one comment last night about a certain style of shell and how easy it was for him, and you tagged the painter. So, 2 coats of liquid mask. So that's coat 1. And you see as it starts to go off, because I've expertly left it for ages, it starts to go translucent again. So if you leave that long enough, eventually it will go clear. So a hairdryer on a low setting will give it a little bit of a kick. Otherwise that'll take 2 or 3 hours to dry in the summer. Or the English summer, 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, he never said anything anyway. So I've spent all that time and effort and money to do a YouTube thingy, and every comment's from Facebook. I feel crushed. Right, after that's now touch dry. It says confidently without even looking. So I can now do the next coat. 2 good coats with the 1mm tip. If you're using like a 1.8 tip, I would say 3 coats. And also I use my neat, obviously. So 2 coats is plenty, but I'd say 3 if you're doing it with a 1mm, a 0.8 tip. On these baby shells, you get a front lip. On the bonnet, you've got like a recess, and the front bit, the liquid mask, you've got to be really careful gets in there. There's 3 people watching on YouTube. Whoop, whoop. And then I find also, you know, you've got like the where they've lowered the bonnet height and then they've raised it either side for the wheel arch. That little section there, the liquid mask, is a real bugger for shipping. Yeah, I better call myself a YouTuber after tonight. Yeah, YouTube. Right, that's done now. Did Matt? Did you get the Max 3 like I suggested? I can't seem to get them at the moment. My supplier, obviously, understandably, things are a bit backwards here at the moment. And they're not shipping stuff. Otherwise, I would probably buy another one because I really like. Or they maybe should send me one because I'm like famous now and everything. I joke. Yeah, I really like the Spa Max 3. Especially now, as when I use my iWater. Make sure I get my camera angle right so you don't see my luscious locks. I'll do that. Right. So now where I've got my Spa Max and my iWater on the same PSI, literally if I swap between the guns on my, because I've got my quick release, thingy. The PSI, the more air comes out of the Eclipse than does the Spa Max. So that's why I can never say to anyone now. When anyone asks, "Oh, what PSI do you run?" Number one, my regulator's broken, so I don't know. And number two, number one's so good, but also I think guns vary massively. Definitely from brand to brand, maybe even from brush to brush. Depends how it's been built and what thickness of paint you're using. And I could talk myself out of a fairly good comment, easy. Because I was also, I keep going on about YouTube, I really should how do I, you know, like when you want to sell something on eBay, you can like tag it so that it goes to RC cars and it goes to electric and other odds and sods. Is there any way of tagging, like, because all I tagged was, I'm gonna, don't laugh, I tagged entertainment. Yeah, I know. So I didn't know if I should really tag automotive or I don't know what you'd really class this as. Nigel, I just start saying lots of hashtags. I don't understand how this all works. And yet again, I'll just go into things and then I did set up a Twitch. I don't know if it's working. So, pardon, what? I can get money? Arts and crafts, crafty artist. That's a good name. Oh, there you go, crafty artist. Did you know Switch in the UK? I tried to set a Twitch up. I don't know if it's working. I really should get my IT support, which is my 5-year-old son, to do it for me. Because I don't know. I don't know what these. I didn't even know what Twitch was until Twitch was. I thought it was something you do when you whack your knee. Hello, Jimmy from Wales. I will get to some painting. I'm just looking very unprofessional. Well, I assumed it was. If you do Basil _ Airbrush, that should come up. I think. I need to do a little bit more like investigatory stuff and looking at stuff and smart. I tried doing it this afternoon and it said webcam unavailable, and I was like, oh, okay. So I was like, I was more bothered about getting the YouTube working. What, a Twitch as a bird watcher? Ah, so that would make sense because has he got like Twitter? So is this like a side chick for? Do you like that side chick for Twitter? As in a bird watcher. That was actually quite clever for me. I should have marked that down on the calendar because that doesn't happen very often. I actually made myself laugh. The raw materials have started to turn up for my soon-to-be world-famous, world-conquering liquid paint cleaner for your airbrush. That was a mouthful. I haven't even said the word yet. Which one's better, Jimmy? Am I better on Facebook or am I better on YouTube? What better is my hairline? Which one have I got a full head of hair in? Not just on my chin. Oh, yeah, it says I've got a Twitch follower now. I thought that was just a painful thing in my back pocket, but apparently it's a thing. Cool. Well, you take the piss, Tony, but I had someone, like the other day, I asked people where they were watching from, and the first dude said South Africa. Then someone from Belgium, all over the place, and like New Zealand and all sorts. Hang on, I'm faster on YouTube. Maybe I should. Yeah, that sounds interesting. So there's what, a lesser delay on it, because I know when I have to look at it on my phone to what I'm looking on the screen now, it will take like a minute. Hang on, never trust a man with two phones. It'll take. There is lag between the two. I just guess that there's lag every time because it's like the internet and stuff. That means when I say something funny, you can hear it twice. No, that's not like less delayed. That's my comical timing. So I've been live streaming, so do a little bit of backstory. I've been live streaming on Facebook for 4 or 5 months, I'd say. I must admit, the first time I did it, I got a massive rush. And then realised no one was really watching it. And I think I've hit the dazzling heights of maybe 13 or 14 people watching at once. And that's a bit of a buzz. But then when you like go to bed and then wake up in the morning and then look, and it's had 900 views, and you're like, whoa, blimey, what did I say? And then you look back a couple of days later and it's in the thousands, you're thinking, blimey. So I remember when, because I paint for, I'm going to name drop here, I paint for Jan Rosicki, and he shared it, because I was painting a rush job for him, and he shared it at like 3 in the morning when I was painting, and it got up to like 40 views. I think that's when I met you, Tony. That's when you started following me. You've been a bit of a fanboy of Jan's. No offence. And yeah. So I think the most I've had is in the 20s. But a normal good night is 13. So I've got 13 now. I need to be more descriptive with my hands, because that's all you can really see. Yeah, Tony, I think you're sort of fluffing some feathers there. I think I might not be as high as that. Hello, Jenny Campbell. Where have I seen you on here? I don't think I've seen you on here before. Where are you from, may I ask? I always like to be nosy and see where people are watching in from. Right, so liquid mask is on. It's dry. You can see it's got darker patches. Is where I'm being impatient. It's perfectly acceptable to use it, but if you want, it's probably easier if you let it go completely see-through. I mean, I've got that's been on there for a few months now. I just can't be asked to paint it. So that's what it goes. It goes completely clear. Cool. It's interesting to see where people are tuning in from. See, I haven't done any advertising as such, or paid someone or something, or done all that. Believe it or not, I am just an amateur with delusions of grandeur. Right, so I thought, well, if I'm going to be getting a fancy YouTube with much higher resolution camera when funds allow, I might have to tidy up this space, because this looks really clean at the moment, doesn't it? I mean, the bed, that's blue, isn't it? This is completely blue. It's the same colour. You can't even see my hand. So I might have to like do some tidying up. So I use a Swan Morton handle. Believe it or not, these are generally shiny when they're new. Ah, right, okay. Stop flirting with it then, that's just weird. And then I like to use Swan Morton number 11s. Now they do, don't ask me why the number 11. They do 10, 10A, 11s. There must be a reason for it. I've not looked into it. I just like the fact that it's got a long nose to the point. They do do a sharper and more angle, but I like that one, because you can really sort of show off your mad knife skills. And I always use, this is my ritual thing I showed, I use a new one each shell. Now I've only been collecting these for a couple of months. I've got another little pot indoors. And why is your auntie called Basil? That's a very odd name. I've got people actually think that my paint name Basil is my proper name. So I get emails saying, "Hello Basil," and I'm like, "No, my name isn't actually Basil. I'd like it to be. That sounds kind of funky." But I actually answer to Basil, which is odd. Oh, I didn't even open these. So the most important thing with a brand new knife is to cut open your Haribo. I do need to put them away from me so I don't eat them too quickly. Right, I've now got an hour with a knife. And I always do lights and grills first, because that's when you're concentrating the most. Well, I find I'm concentrating. And also the blades are sharpest so it doesn't run off. It's just a case of running round. Now, I try not to move my wrist too much, and I prefer to move the shell. If you think about it, if you're trying to arc you can only move your wrist a certain amount. So I pivot on my little finger and pinky, and then I just move the shell around and connect the curves. Is the connection gone? Oh, it seems to be alright here. I'll be upsetting if it's gone. Am I still coming through clear or not? Or have I gone off? Stupid internet. Had it gone off then? That's slightly worrying. I just said some really important stuff then as well. I was just wondering why I needed a receptionist. So if you use your pinky as a pivot, and just take the time. This is the only time you don't need to be fast. Probably helps if you don't do it trying to do a live feed and trying to look semi-professional. I just had a thing come up say congratulations, I've gone past 100 comments, which is nice. So I'll put those all down to Tony. No, no, Jenny, this is his sort of banter thing. He does it most nights. He's either that or he's a raving alcoholic. Or a pirate, if it's proper gin. Tony normally only comes on at like very late in the evening. Or at the very start and then buggers off and comes back. It's almost like he doesn't care and he doesn't watch. It's very important when doing the front not to be too aggressive with with all the shell actually, with the knife pressure. Just let the new blade do the trick, do the work. At the moment, Matt, I use the airbrush reducer that Hobbynox sell, but I will be making my own. I'm just waiting on the raw materials to turn up. Two of the highly secretive chemicals have turned up. And I'm just waiting for the other batches to turn up. Tony, are you single-handedly getting me like an audience, which is very helpful. Thank you. I will be able to later take the overspray off of this one because this one's actually for me. Or does he limp? I limp. I've suddenly got into doing secondary pinstripe around the windows. I thought the windows were looking a little bit too bland. So what? So Tony, is that like 4 or 5 people? No, I jest. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You're going to go nuts when I do your shell. Now, the reason I'm showing the dirty side of this, which is the cutting out and the sort of massively time-consuming part, is because I keep having people asking me to show this. I think it's pretty boring, but I'd get it done a lot quicker if I wasn't trying to be all like entertaining and stuff. Right, so that's the front window done. So I'm doing like a flame around the front, and then into my world famous trademark leopard print. I had actually started to let Alan Cipollina had offered a Mitzi paint, so if you can find Mitzi paint, start following him as well, please. He started doing my paint jobs for me, but I thought when I'm doing this tonight, I thought I'd rather do one of my own ones, because then I can go a bit off piste if I need to. And I always practice on my own shells. So I want to try a technique out. I'd want to do it on one of mine rather than someone that's paying me. If that makes sense. Although, if anyone's asked, I don't make any money. Not when you consider the time. Last night's shell, this whole process took 3.5 hours. So I understand if you do cut off now. I was talking to some dude from California for hours, actually. No one saw me drop the craft knife, did they? Good. They've got this. These baby shells have got this front bonnet lip. And it's an absolute nightmare to cut round. So try not to put too much pressure on the front end. Alright, I'll see you in about 2 hours, Tony. My wife was watching that Gangs of London thing. She said it was quite good. Well, I really appreciate that, Colin. Thank you very much. So 7 streams, as in I've got to do 7 videos because I can easily do that. I've got 20 odd shells here. Let's just make sure I've got a batch of 6 MTC shells to do. If I do one in the evening, that's almost that done in one go. I have to up my banter though. I've done a haircut and everything. So that £5 a month from Amazon, that just, I don't understand how that works. They give you money to give to a charity or to. I find that very confusing. I mean, I think that would pay for a better webcam after a couple of months. Oh, I easily better do that. I mean, the Facebook, I don't know how long you've been following me on Facebook for, but I've been painting on Facebook for 7 years, no, 8 years, but I've only been live streaming for the last 6 months, and my viewers, likes, fans, whatever you want to call them, have gone from quite a healthy sort of, I thought, 400, and I've now doubled up to 800. And then there's 900 people that just follow it. I think that's how it works. That's like hashtag semi famous type. I've thought about trying to be more semi-professional about it, but I'm just like, I might just keep joking along like I have been. If I take it too seriously, it all could get silly or not fun. Right, so that's the rear tyre round to the other corner. That's that flamey bit done. I've got to do the roof section, and then do the windows and the rear brake lights, and we're done. I'm trying to go for less is more with this. So I'm going to try and keep the design simpler and just go harder on the detail inside it, rather than, I think I've made it too fussy in the past and it gets lost in, because obviously my shells go super fast. Don't everyone's, and I don't think the detail it's not really worth it. I mean, you lose all that detail when it's on its roof. Ah, I see. So am I going to be full of adverts? Well, I suppose nothing's free. Sorry for all the questions. You're like the font of all knowledge now. Have we met at all, or if this is purely an online following thingy? Have I met you at any race meetings? I'm guessing you're Wales, so it can't be too far. So I'm trying to hold the knife up so you can see what I'm doing. So this isn't a particularly natural position to hold for too long while trying to concentrate. Sorry, I thought I must have got you confused with somebody. Oh, hello. Yeah, no, no, yeah. Sorry, yeah, Wales is probably an insult when you come from Essex. Okay, right, that all makes sense. Yeah, we started talking at the last Rugs meeting, yeah, I remember. So this is a secondary pinstripe around the window frame. So I'm just being fancy and showing off. And just double checking I've got everything there. Now it's just the rear window and lights. I think I'm done. I always like to keep my finger on the shell. It adds as a good tracking point to keeping the blade level. Also means you don't push too hard on the blade because it adds your pressure about even more evenly on the shell rather than just on the point of the tip. Because if you were trying to do this without a ground, you don't get the pressure right. Normally I would do this all at waist height and I'd have my arm against my rib cage so I can pivot off, so it gives me something to rest against. So I'm suffering from my art here. So, Colin, if you're still there, if you know this Twitch thing, is there a limit on how many people would? If I have to just do 5 videos a month, that's fairly easy. I can do that. And if everyone kindly sort of links and everything to it, that'd be quite interesting. That could be sort of 10-15 quid a month, which then pays for the subscription that I've had to fork out for the linking software between Facebook and YouTube. That'd be quite useful. At least if it then it pays for itself, then that'd be useful. Oh, guess where I buy my Haribo from? I get that from Amazon. Right. What I do is I use a that would be nice. I could give up proper work. I use a thick tipped and a thin tip permanent marker on the same pen. So all I do is I've got that's the end I use for pinstripe, and that's the end I use for doing detail. So I do the detail around the lights and grills, so that's all thin, and then everything else is slightly thicker, so I also can see where it is. So, but it means when you do the thick end, all you do is you just cut either side of the permanent marker line, and in theory, if you're steady-handed enough, you can have even pinstripe, rather than sort of. I've seen some people sellotaping blades together so that they've got like a track running, and so they just go around the shell doing that. But that doesn't pivot. It needs a diff. So if I can get all of my 800 Facebook people to go onto Twitch, I can be sitting here in gold lame underpants. Or underpants in general. No, I'm thinking well to ahead there. If there has been any sort of bonus to this enforced quiet time, should we call it, is that my painting has, for me, has improved, and because you lot have got bugger all else to do, my views have gone up. So I would expect when normal life resumes, my numbers to drop massively. But at the moment, I've got you. I don't suppose I can add my own YouTube. No, Twitch thing. I can't add my own Amazon account to that, can I? That'd be too sneaky. I just need to have 3 friends. Bugger. Right, so rear lights and then we're done. For the cutting stage, anyway. I really should have looked to make sure I've got my leopard print mask. Otherwise, this is going to be a very short video. Right, finished. Obviously my design's fairly straightforward. This is all going to be lots of layering with templates. Oh, so I've got 2 people watching at the moment. I think it might be a little bit laggy. 1. But that's on Facebook. I don't know who's watching on YouTube now. Actually, it's not that laggy because I can hear myself. I very much appreciated of that. Thank you. Hello, Albert. What time is it in Southern California? Not jealous. Honest. You've missed all the fun bit. I've just been cutting the body shell out. Move that one. Right. This is where I'm desperate to see if I've got a bit of in the afternoon. That's wicked. Oh, come on, I must have some leopard print somewhere. Bear with me a minute. No, secret stash of old tissues. The painting of the thing. No. Oh, I didn't realise that box was down there. Right, here's my secret stash of old stuff. I don't know if I've got any in. I can fire up the printer, but that will make really rubbish. That was my first attempt at headlights, so I did more circles than ovals. And they just looked, to me, they looked wrong. Are you suffering with the lockdown over there, Albert, or is it fairly relaxed? I keep seeing Trump stuff on the news and laughing a lot. That was one I did, and there are Space Invaders on there. I didn't cut them out. I never had to cut them out. I did way too many. So I don't know if you can see them on there, if they're ghosting or not. This is where I spent hours and hours with my cutter, just mucking about doing different patterns. Yeah, they're mentioning it on the radio here now. They're going to start thinking about it, but quite how they get round to doing it, I don't know. Ooh, I found some Basils. Oh, I should use those. That's an A4 sheet of my B for Basil on the grills. That's another one I'd used, and they were completely full. Yay! Oh, it's always the last sheet, isn't it? Always. What else have I got in here? No, it wasn't the last sheet, there's way more. Oh, there's actually some cutout. See, these are my old templates for past drivers that have gone elsewhere. Oh, some more Basils. I've got a friend of mine who makes the stickers for me. What else is it at the bottom? It's my first. These, like, to me, look like 3-year-olds drawn them. I've got much better since I've done those. Well, I'd like to think I've got better. And I have these everywhere. I've got hundreds of these. Little drug bags. With nuts and bolts in, obviously. For get raided. Right, so I found the bits I was looking for and then got massively sidetracked. That's how my day normally goes. I go, oh, where's this? And then, oh, look at that. All right, so in Haribo. Right, so there's not much on that. Now what I did with those, I picked every one of those out and put them on. I picked everyone off with a pair of tweezers off of that, right, one by one, and then stuck them on there, and then sprayed the whole thing white. Then picked them all off again, and then did a rainbow sort of Skittles car crash sickness all over it. So that's kind of what I'm going to be going for in a loose way. Obviously this is well raced now, well knackered, and then you got underneath it, you've got one of my first generation ones. This has got loads of overspray on it now. This was for an automatics. So you can see that it's the same pattern. This is what I'm going to be going for now. I need to decide what colours I'm going to make my new leopard. Do I go tasteful, like this, obviously? Or do I go non-tasteful, like this? I mean, they're both rank, I know, but they're they amuse me to paint. I like painting these because I like the reaction it gets. I can do proper shells. When I do my own, I'd rather do something a bit jokey. I don't know if you're watching, Billy, but oh my God, how far behind are you? He's watching Walking Dead. He's just watched season 9. It's like, I'm so jealous. I've still got ages to watch. And I can't have a decent chat with him about it because I'll drop him in. He doesn't know what's going on. Right, so first off, it's window frames. When I do lights and grills, I like to bed my gun in. I'm eating sweet. So I'll make sure my gun's working all right by doing the window frames. And then I'll move on to the lights and grills. Because what I was finding was I was doing lights and grills first, and the gun wasn't really working right. And then when I finished the lights and grills, the gun was normally working all right. I was like, well, hang on, this is a bit odd. So now I try and bed the gun in. So when I then do the next bit, or when I do the important bit, which is the lights and grills, it should work fine. If you were watching earlier, you saw me bedding in my spray gun. Looked very professional. There's literally like 13 people watching me trying to plug a spray gun. I'm getting a load of notifications.
That's on Facebook. I don't know who's watching on YouTube.
I'm still well behind. Right, so that's the first window frame picked out, because obviously I'm doing a secondary window pin. You always traditionally, I don't know if you do your darkest colour first when you're doing airbrushing this way round. I got asked if I wanted to do if I thought about doing crash helmets, and I would absolutely love to do a race, because I used to go-kart years ago, and I would love to spray crash helmets. I think it interests me way more than I actually thought it did. But I've learned this way round, and so a crash helmet is, I need to go on a course because it's completely backwards to everything I've learned. I've got a friend who's a proper artist, and he says to me that I'm backwards, and I was like, well, yeah, you haven't seen me race yet, so you're pretty true. Right, so that's the window frames out. This is the black section. Then I've done an extra pinstripe around the frame, which I'll do a bright colour. Hopefully it'll stand out. Let's see if my guns are working. So I really use rubber gloves to keep it all sealed. So that one had white in. Sorry, still has white in. That's my Eclipse. I'll put my mask on in a second. I won't be as funny for a while, sorry. And then this is my my Starmax, which I think is a third of the price of an Iwata, and I think it's as good. That's just my opinion. I have no basis other than the fact that I like them. I don't get any support from them. Don't get any support from Iwata, and I tell people what I like and what I don't like. Right, these will come off. Don't need glasses now. Boom. Right. As I keep saying, first job is to look for spiders in your mask. Because I've already had dinner, and I've had sweets. So I don't particularly want to eat a spider, and that has happened. Well, it tickled me. I didn't actually eat it. Happily spraying away, and I was like, what's tickling my nose? I always normally have a hoodie on. Tonight I've just turned the colour up in my shirt because I don't like the strap on the neck. It just feels rank. And I deliberately take all my hair off. Deliberately. That's not because I'm bald. So that my mask fits nicely on my head. So I'm just going to finish my Haribo, and then I'll be, which means I have a massive sugar come down in about an hour's time. Is anyone watching on YouTube? Can you say hello? Just to prove it's working, because this is all new to me tonight. It's the first time I've posted on Facebook and YouTube, because where I'm posting from is not Facebook or YouTube. It's a secondary site, and it then posts to both. And I then have in the corner here, well, I'm pointing at it, you can't see it. I've got a list of, every time a message comes up, it either comes up red for YouTube or blue for Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, I'm actually having chats with people on YouTube as well, which I don't suppose you can see. Thank you, Colin. And thank you for the message. I've just read it. You're very kind. So I'll go through what I'm going to do with that while I eat my sweets. I just cut myself a little section out, and then I'll be moving that around the shell, going on very low PSI, and just basically filling in, and then moving it and filling it in, moving it and filling it in. One time I went to a lot of effort and cut all sections out, stuck it on the shell, and then sprayed it, and it looked rubbish. Then I tried another time of doing sections and sponging it on, and that looked rubbish as well. And the best way to do it is literally just cut a little 3-inch square and just move it around the shell and just a low PSI. That's what I found anyway. Right, it's the last of my sweets gone, so I can stop peddling now. I wonder if this new software I've got will allow me to have 2 cameras, so I can have one of my bald spot and then one like up here, like face down. Well, not my face, but onto the table. I wonder if that's the thing. I'll have to look into this, but it might be past my brain power computing level. Right, so I now use Wicked Colours or Createx. Very important detail black. It's 0051 if you're looking for it. It's as rare as hen's teeth at the moment. There's a little marble in there. I also put old top deck screws in there. Oh, so there's a posher version of Restream where I can spend more money then. Oh, rubbish. So you want to mix your detail up, get it really. This is the important one. That's about right. I'm getting better at spraying onto my own hand. It is a bit of an art to brace yourself and spray one-handed. Most detail work as well, also, you take off the guard. I find you get a better point. So that's something to consider if you're trying. You get a much thinner line if you spray without the cap on. But obviously the cap's to stop you stabbing yourself for one, or two, dropping it and knackering your blade, your pin, needle even. God, I'm so smooth at this talking stuff. Just words that just come out that have just got no coherent to what I'm talking about. Honestly. Right. Let's start. Like an hour or two into the feed. I don't even know how long I've been on because it doesn't tell me on this one. Normal Facebook, you would have a running total of like how many painful minutes you've been on. It just gives me the running time as to what the time is now rather than how long I've been live. I'll get there though. It's only like the first day with this new software. Right. So Spell Max 3. Very good gun. You can find these. I think these are brilliant. And bear in mind an Iwata now is what, 130, 140 quid? And these are 55. And these are just as good. That's nice to hear, Jimmy. Thank you. It seems to be working alright. I mean, I haven't got a bloody clue what I'm doing, but it seems to work. It could have been. It's old enough. Obviously, it's not one I currently use. I only use hair straighteners now and tweezers, and rock myself to sleep. Crying. Right, so now we're going to do the cream around the BMW crest. I don't know why, but I always hold my breath as I'm doing this. I can concentrate. There we go. Now, should I do the window frame inserts in chrome? That look nice. So I'm thinking as I'm going along here, because this is one for me, I haven't been told what to do. Well, I get to do what I want, which is generally anything bad taste. So I'm going to take that out of there, I'll put that into that, and clean this. Well, I think about it. So reduce it in, mix it about a bit with an old brush, put your finger over the end, and then give it a bit of a That's what an Iwata looks like after it's done nearly 500 paint jobs. It loses its chrome on the inside. Talking of chrome, here's the world's most expensive chrome. Have a quick Google of that. 4104 Quicksilver. It's called Quicksilver Chrome. Water. That'll shock you. Right, that there, that's about £5 worth. No, I'm joking. It's probably about £1. There's 50p. And you've got to build this up slowly over 3 coats. Hello Freddie from Sebastopol. Oh, I got it right. I really did a really chavvy thing. I can't do the flicky wrist, so what I do is I click my finger at the same time. And that's my left hand, and that now really hurts. Oh, you found me on Twitter, on YouTube. Cool. Do I look even better on YouTube? Then it's more sun-kissed. So the name of the game is to try and keep the weight down as much as possible by trying not to put too many extra layers on. So what I've decided to do, I'm going to try and do the hex in black while I'm doing the chrome at the same time. So it's only one coat then. I know it's a couple of coats, but I'm trying to be smart-ish. So I keep those up on top of here, look, here, there. So they're just hanging up on the top of the. I wonder if there's actually a way. I did it the other night. I actually blanked off a little bit of the light behind me because it was upsetting the camera. Let's put up something I'm not actually going to use, just because I want a better view. I won't use that one. That's where I find it overheats and sets fires. That's made absolutely no difference whatsoever. Yeah. So now what you do with the chrome is you then back it with black. Kind of gives a cool effect. I think that's given a clearer camera with that behind. I just tried it a different way around there, so I've done the chrome then the black, just to see what it did. It gives a different effect for sure. I'm not sure I like it, but I wanted to try it because obviously this is for me. Doesn't matter, it's mine. Doesn't upset anyone apart from myself. So now I'm going to do it the other way around again, see if it looks. It should give a bit more definition, but I don't know if it's any better or not. So I'm now doing the black first. Oh, that's kind of cool. Doing a good contrast anyway. You're only really seeing it through the shine, so you can't really see. I'm kind of stuck up the one I want to use, aren't I? Yeah. Right, so I cut myself on my printer cutter. I just have a little camo portrait camo thing, and so I just cut loads of ovals. That's what they look like when they're done with. Then it's a case of just mirroring what I've just done on the other side, which is easier said than done. Just trying to sort of work out what I've done there. Or to get it to look right. Right, then spray onto a white surface. Get my subliminal adverts in. And that's it. This is the part where you have to trust the tapping. Right, I'm trying a slightly different style on mine tonight to see if they work or not. I can't try them on other people's. Ooh. I'll show you in a second. Quite liking these. So the question is, do I do white or do I chrome? I'm going to do chrome, so that I'll carry on. This needs a drop more. That's another £6. Dun, dun, dun. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of this yet, but I wanted to try it on mine. Traditionally I do that in white. Maybe I should have put a tiny bit of shading around this one here, which I've done it on those ones. I didn't do it on those ones. So I didn't do it on that one, and I did it on those two. I don't know if it would have looked better with a bit of shading on there and there. Something to learn though. Right, now this can start to gain some traction, because that's all the fiddly bits done. Oh, the rear brake lights. Got it. How's everyone getting on? Is everyone still watching? Are they enjoying the new Twitter feed and Facebook thingy? I don't even know if I'm on. So I told you I'd get less sarcastic as I started to concentrate. MB models sell it. Answer RC is the UK importer. They obviously sell it. So, can I ask you, on YouTube there, Jimmy, have you watched me before on Facebook, or is this something that you found me through YouTube? Or have you been watching me on Facebook beforehand? It's be interesting to know where I would remember the name Jimmy Recharge. Oh no, it's Recharge. So is that an E at the end, isn't it? E at the end, isn't it? Sorry, I haven't got my glasses on. So I'm having two different chats now because I've got my load of fans on Facebook and then my load of fans on YouTube. So that's all two of you that I'm talking to at the moment on different feeds. I'm not making it up, honest, there are actually two people. Because I know I've been helping Matt out with materials, equipment with him. It's going to look a little bit different. It's not my normal style, but then again, I always practice on mine, so Mine are what they are. I learnt a lot through mine because I just go, I wonder what this does. And I can tell you straight away if I like it or don't. I will be quite brutal. I am my own worst enemy. The beauty I've got is where the liquid mask is pretty fresh. It will be flexible, so you can, in theory, if it flicks up, you can just pop it back down again, a bit like there. Because no matter how much you try, the tails always pop up of the one when you want a nice sharp point. Oh, I hate these front lip bits. I haven't figured out what colour I'm going to do this section yet. I know I'm doing some black shading, but I don't know what colour to use after in my pearls. So we'll have a think about it as I go along this part, because I've now got to do all the shading around all these flary bits. But obviously this isn't the main focus, this is the dark bit at the front, which then leads into the leopard print. So this is almost like it's being teared. It's like almost like scratch marks, like a Wolverine type thing. But just a little bit more super fantastic. Oh my god, that's amazing. Well, that was the point. On the last shell I did that like Technicolor. So I did like a rainbow thing, so it looked a bit. Rainbows are quite poignant at the moment, aren't they? Should I do a rainbow or should I just do one colour? I'll let everyone decide. While all three of you can decide, or how many people are watching. While I hope someone's watching. While I do the shading.
Silver septums teeter on the surface of the pale dress. The white arms rise like rings. Calm, spacey, and proud. Air comes out of her. Fills the room. Cooling and wavering, landing. As her little bouquet appears like hands on the ceiling. Next bent over the shivered villager in mourning.
So far, Albert, you're winning because you're the only person that said anything. Oh, mate, I'll be up ages. If you've got to go, cool. I'll have a look back later because I'll have. Well, if you look at my Facebook, you'll see this finished. The fun bit for me is when I put the leopard print on. That's when it becomes a bit more arty, and I get to flip colours at it. And this was the boring bit. So you're starting to get there. I call these like 3D puzzles. Very puzzling. Right, nearly there. Well, for this section. I've had my phone in, I've got no battery left. Let's not cut everything out. Wouldn't be the first time I press the wrong button. Yay, I didn't break anything. Right, so now I'm going to put some pattern inside the black. And Albert has won the vote of taste because no one else said anything. So well done, Albert. What I've got here is I've got another pattern, which is flowers, which I took off of a particular Googling thing. I just said it then anyway. So where are my scissors? Because I did this the other night and I ended up, the bit I was using, I knackered all the stick in it. So that's there. And, well, this will be the same effect I'm going to do with the leopard print in a minute. I get mine from some dude on eBay, of all places. I will just give you the link in a minute. Well, not link. I'll just hold it up in a minute. Just doing. Here you are. Right. So I use vinyl sheets. I don't know if that scan thing will work if I do that. It's not good enough, is it? There are GMS specialty vinyl paint masking. Now I get that off of eBay, and 5 sheets at a time. It's about £5. You can buy it on rolls, but I find it better when it comes off of an A4 cut sheet. Because I bought a roll of it and I had to roll it out and flatten it, and it didn't cut as nice. It didn't stick as nice. Cool. So the wonders of Google. That's taken me years to find all this stuff, and I've just shared it in about 2 seconds flat. Sharing is caring. Come off in one, come on. So the idea being now is I will now go around and stick this to the shell and spray some cool shading. But what's going to happen, as soon as this touches the shell, it's going to stick in different places and be an absolute arse to pick off. This stuff is wicked after it's been stuck to something a couple of times. I'll stick it to my finger for a little bit, try and get the tack off. Because this is just literally, I should really cut this out of paper. If I do this again, I'll do this again, I'm going to cut these out of paper and then throw them away. I don't know if anyone saw, I did a red ball shell at Christmas time, and I did that on some party political broadcasting merchandise that came through the letterbox. It was a nice card. They probably print on some really nice stuff, those posh Watsits. Or even the commie ones. So very low trigger action. I don't want much paint at all. This is more suggestive than anything else. Because I want the pearl to bite through. God, I sound really arty. See how it's starting to. This is going to be really, 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 really subtle. I'm just doing it because it amuses me and it's good practice. It's not important. The leopard print I'll be doing shortly will be way more, what's the word, over the top. It almost doesn't need this pattern. Just that while I've got it here, I can't resist. I can't resist the temptation just to really make this a bit over the top. Because I think because of that, what was the name of that American TV thing at the moment? That Lion, what's the name of the series? Lion King? Not Lion King, is it? Anyway, that dude has made leopard print less, what's the word? It's more acceptable. But it was quite amusing when I first started doing this. It really upset people. I got my local club. I used to go to a club because I'm in Kent. So the local club to me was called Maritime. Tiger King, well done, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't far off. And sounds exactly the same. There was a club near me which was Maritime, and I was on the committee at Maritime. And I went there every Thursday without fail for about 5 years. I missed 2 meetings or so. One when my daughter was born, and the second one, I can't remember what the second one was. And I turned up there with the body shell leopard print and pink, and they changed my computer name to Handbags, and my name was Handbags. On every time I finished a meeting, or they would say the numbers and they call out the names of the drivers, and I'd be called Handbags. And I was called Handbags for about 3 years, just for one shell. And I like the attention, to be honest. It just amuses me. I've liked to. I think I've proved I can paint, but I like to paint and upset and annoy as well. And you'll get, if 10 people walk past and you've got a leopard print body shell, 5 of them will ask why. Rather than just walk past and go, oh, it's all right. And then one of my followers, God, that makes me sound really creepy. One of my followers on my Facebook page sent me a leopard print beach towel for my pit table, and that amused me greatly, and so I've kept that as well. So my table does look a little bit Technicolor. Is it Jason in the Technicolor underpants? Something like that. It does get people wandering up and talking to me, because it does break the ice. Obviously, I love my racing, but I like the fact that everyone's wicked at racing. Well, there's 1 or 2 arseholes. That's always there. We are nearly there. And then we get to the funky bit. Well, I must admit, this is quite amusing. This is Victorian wallpaper, stretched and shrunk and twisted and all sorts, and then put on my cutter, and then it gives some really cool curves. Anything with a bit of angle or direction, it just looks funky. Right, that goes to it. That's a keeper. I'll keep that for another one. So that's given me some really, you can't really see it yet. It's not really standing out. Now, as Albert won the question, because no one else answered, I'm just going to do that in, oh, arse. I've used all of my red up. I had a really nice pearl red. Okay. Let's go. I'll see what colour I can find. I know what I could use. There's a bit of mucking around though. Rabbit orange. I can't remember oh, hang on. Right, so it was. This stuff tastes disgusting. So this is a candy. These are really. This was my Christmas present to myself. I bought 3 candy colours, some automotive reducer, and a backing chrome, and a gloss black. And I spent like 120 quid just on like 3 colours and some other odds and sods. This is called Grabber Orange, and apparently this is really bright, but it looks like something has stepped in. So I've not tried this before, and there's no way I can ask someone else to try it if I haven't. Oh, it's like a coppery colour. Right, and it was a bit of reducer, and then a lollipop stick, which I've got plenty of, and then to spray it all over my trousers and my hand. Looks like a bloody colour. No, it's not as bright as I was hoping. Oh well. This is more subtle than anything else. That's just me all over, I'm subtle. You make it a bit brighter by putting the chrome. Oh, this stuff tastes good. It's looking very brown. Uh-oh. Honestly, this stuff tastes gross. More like a dirty copper than a... Right, so there's that. Yeah, it looks like an RC car's bearings you run in the rain. I want to know if Jimmy Recharge's surname is actually Recharge. I know he's probably gone now, but that sounds like a cool surname. But is that his real name? Or is that his YouTube name? Because everyone talking now is from YouTube. If everything goes according to plan, I'll be able to get a better camera soon. Right, so now we're putting some normal chrome. At the moment, I say this is looking a bit too classy for what I was going for. I'm seriously going to need some chrome again. This is annoying. Don't know where I'm going to get it from. Does anybody know, I'll do a little please here, where I can get this from? Because my normal supplier was out of stock. So, Quicksilver 4104, Quicksilver chrome. It's the world's most expensive chrome. And the most elusive. Right, so now, back at the black. Which I don't know if it's what it's going to do, so this is a good test. This is why I test on me. Ooh, that's nice. Alright, cool. So I've got one person, just making sure I've got one person watching on Facebook. Thank you very much, CJ. Right, so I don't know how many people are watching on YouTube. Let's have a look later. Maybe I need to try and condense this down into like manageable chunks because people just don't want to watch for too long. So that's supposed to be orange. I'd say it's more like a coppery colour. I really like it. It's like a darky brown copper colour. It's going to look wicked when I do the crazy bit. I'm just wondering how crazy to go because this actually looks quite classy-ish for me. Right, so now we're on to the fun bit. There is such a thing. There's something satisfying about pulling liquid mask off when it comes off in one lump. When it comes off in a million bits, it's not so nice. So if you hit it with aerosol, so rattle can, that will melt. It melts the liquid mask, and trust me, you'll be there for hours. So that would have probably taken you about an hour just to pick all that out, what I've just done there. Right, so now it's a case of pick and place with my leopard print. This bit should be fairly straightforward, but just tedious. A bit like my live feed. Actually, before I get too involved with this, I need to check how long I've been on Facebook. Right, so I've got 40 minutes before Facebook turns me off because it runs to 4 hours, then stops. So get my bum in gear. This is so much faster than I used to be able to do this. This will take me hours. I think we're done. Who's still awake? Who's still there? Anyone still there? Right, there's some colours now. Got it. So the lid was on. I don't know, a bit nuts now. I think I might go for all sorts. I really enjoyed the one I did last night, and it gave me a real good idea to what to try tonight. I was just desperate to do this flicky thing again. I really enjoyed doing this. Really shouldn't be showing this, because this is like super top secret. Only figured this out last night. It's looking a bit hideous now. Always one colour away from looking amazing or rank. Right, who's ready for some colour? This should transform it, hopefully. Right, who's ready? Dun, dun, dun. I haven't even looked yet. So the reason I've gone a bit out there with this one is because I've never driven one of these BMWs, and so I don't know if I'm going to like it or not, so I didn't want to go to too much hassle. So all I've done is I've just practiced patterns and things that I wanted to try. It's not come out as leery as I would hoped, but I haven't painted it, so it's not no one else's problem. So I've masked, cut and painted while on camera. And been hilarious. I can take the overspray off because it's mine. Bosh. It's been killing me on a couple of shelves not to be able to take the overspray off because, like, I'm not going to see them. Oh, that's interesting. Wow, that pops. Well, that really pops. It's not actually like an orange at all. It's more like a coppery colour. But that's really pearl. So, candy, sorry. So when that hits natural light, that is going to absolutely wallop. So you've got the pinstripe around the windows, you see? It's a little bit leery at the back, but it was a practice shell, so I practiced. This is what happens when I don't get given an order. I just put more colours I pick up. No, it is, doesn't it? It doesn't actually. It calls itself Grabber Orange. So I bought this because I returned to X-Ray, thinking it would look quite cool with some. Because some of the works drivers I paint for. But I think that's more of a dirty brown, coppery colour. It really pops though, but it looks brown there, and then I hold it up and pop. That's going to really grab you by the whatsits when you see that. There might have to be an indoor shell there. I think it might be a bit too camouflage for outdoors. I'm just saying that it is bright yellow in places. I'll put some Dirty Graphic stickers on it. Right, so thank you very much for watching my first ever multi-share Facebook YouTube thingy. I've got lots to work on. Delivery, sarcasm, humour, paint skill. So thank you very much for watching. Please like, subscribe, and all those other terms that everyone uses where they kind of plead for your blah blah. I will look into the Twitch thing, because if that's money that is money, free money, no such thing as free money. There's got to be some catch. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Good night, good morning, and good evening. Now do I turn this bloody thing off? Ah, here we are. Good night.